Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. And if you're not feeling like that's true for you, that's okay too. Whatever you're going through is valid, and I hope you find peace and relaxation here. As our first guests are coming, I hope to affirm everyone that regardless of the circumstance that they are going through in life, there are many things that are unfortunately outside of our control. But it's always good to remember that how we choose to deal with the circumstance is always in our capacity. Our inner freedom is to use this moment to cultivate what we would like to see in the next moment. Welcome, dear Masha, dear Rasta, and Rocket Man. Namaste, Chloe. How are you? Namaskaram, dear Sky Guardian. And welcome, It's a Vibe, and dear Feline. I wish you all lots of peace and prosperity. Welcome, dear Lisa, the Sky Scott, Talkinton, Melinda. Hello, dear Miss Mel. Welcome, dear Mike. Welcome. And if any of you would like to share how you are feeling at this time, I would love to know what kind of emotions to hold space for. And thank you, Twin World, for your likes on the live. Never expected, nor necessary, but I know they help bring the space to a wider audience. You're feeling bored, dear Rocket Man? Sometimes it can be a good thing. I know that doctors are saying now that recent generations don't have enough time to be bored because certain psychological functions carry out when we are allowed to be without an objective. Thank you, Talkinton, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Hello. Wee wee wee. And greetings, Isabella. Namaste, dear angel eyes. I have a prayer. One of the Shanti Mantras, one of the peace prayers taken from the Katha Upanishad and Taittiriya Upanishad as well, I believe. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your fast burst and finger heart. Here's a finger heart for you. Ram Ram. Welcome, Fiddle Leaf and Yvonne, and Finding Bliss, dear Polina, Pink Ladder Lady. Welcome, dear Marcy and Keith, Ashley, Konstantinos, and Hermit, and Ashley. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. You've got a sugar cookie sangha snack? Well, that's just on festivity. Does that make sense grammatically? It's a festive snack, and we are right on time for the festivities. Thank you, Tonkinton, for your quartet of fest burst. A 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. Hariom Tat Sat. And dear spiritual vibes, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Well, welcome everyone. Let's start off our Shravana, the listening part of our Sangha. I would love to share with you our show and tell for the day. Today we have some magical fairy art by Mahina Greta. So I look forward to exploring some of these paintings that she's made and allowed us to explore together. I'll just read you what these paintings mean to her, then I'll show you a nice big montage. We have many to go through. So Mahina had written, I'm not sure if you're still doing show and tell. Well, we are. But in 2015, almost 10 years ago, I went to a paint night, a place to drink wine or non-alcoholic drinks, but it's less fun that way. And you got a big canvas paint and an instructor that teaches you how to paint one painting. After that night, this life shifted, but I grew confident from paint night and went to Michael's Arts and Crafts. I bought brushes, canvases, and paint. I tried so hard to mimic the artist. Oh, sorry, I skipped a sentence. There was a painting I really wanted, but it was $5,000. I couldn't afford it, but I grew confident from paint night and went to Michael's Arts and Crafts. I bought brushes, canvases, and paint. I tried so hard to mimic the artist, but I did it a little differently. It was so fun. So I made more. I also watched Bob Ross and started painting landscapes. A lady of the shop I wanted to sell said bring them in and we'll sell them. I'd get commission. They all sold. I brought more in. Witchy stuff for Halloween. Every season was different. I found that I could express my inner feelings on canvas. Pain, happiness, and love. Never say you can't do something. Just do it. Anyone can paint. I'll send pics. That is the story behind the art that we are going to look at together. So let me bring it up on the screen. Make sure it's nice and big so you can see it. And I'm hiding. I'll have to lower myself. Let's go through these. Oops. Well, these are in no particular order. I tried to download them all. Dear Mahina was so gracious that she sent something like 50. I don't think I got all 50, and I'm afraid I wasn't able to really keep track of which ones I had easily. So I got most of them. Anyway, we'll go through them a little quickly since there are a lot of them. But I love this already. We have someone in a dress approaching this old castle, and there's lightning in the distance, and just a great colors all around. There's another very fairy themed art, a fairy balancing on a mushroom with a moon behind them in silhouette. I just love how everything kind of looks spirally, like a starry night a little bit. Yeah, the stormy sky, the last one, was really nice, dear Isabella. Very moody and evocative. Here we have, looks like a dress and a vintage chair. Other things looks like out of a magazine with drops of ink. Very nice aesthetic. I welcome everyone who's joining here. Another dress. I like the texture of the gold flakes, the rose, the chandelier. Oh, I'd like to go here. Another castle and a bridge. This is amazing. This could almost be mistaken for a photograph. Some parts. Quite remarkable. Could I please move the prompt up a little? Absolutely. Yeah, sorry, it is covering it. Thank you, Greg RG. Oh, that one looks straight out of Bob Ross. Oh, I love the blue sky, the mountains, the trees, this little valley, and the pond. A lovely snowy scene, and oh, the light, and the frozen pond. Such great colors. Happy little trees. Snow. Very nice, very nice. The nighttime scene. The snow falling down. Also looking like stars in the sky. I love the purples, the violets. These are phenomenal, shares Marcy. Very pretty, shares Dalkinton. Oh, another of the same theme. I really like this one. Yeah, I like this color palette. It's very ethereal. I also want to live in some of these paintings, Josie. Beautiful, shares Diamond. Peaceful, shares Fiddle Leaf. Here we have another dress with roses. I really like these dresses ones too. These are an interesting genre. There's a calmness, shares Tim. Indeed. Another snowy theme. I like the character of these trees. These trees have character, personality to them. So princess-esque, I agree, dear Marcy. The dresses. I'm liking the various colors of leaves on the trees here. Oh yes, a witch. A silhouette with a cat at the end of the broom and bats. And the moon behind. Oh, I'm liking this. I see why her grandbabies call her Grandma Fairy. Oh, I love this. Yeah, a witch power stance. Big, beautiful moon and its aura around. Hello, Mariam. And a cat. These are great. Yeah, we need more witches depicted in poses like this. She was ready for last night's dance party, shares Marcy. Good morning, Lone Wolf. And here we have this fairy or angel in a crescent moon with some kind of probably fairy dust coming off of her hand. Now, these would make great album covers, Billy. Another fairy, and with sparkles. I always love those mediums that make use of textures, reflections, different materials. Big, beautiful wings. Here we have another snazzy witch. I like the cartoon-esque proportions. These are great. I love the teal, shares Billy. Mahina certainly knows her colors. Another dress with roses. And looks like some fairy wings if I can pay close enough attention. I love how they have the hangers still on them. I wonder what that symbolizes. Snowy landscape with big mountains in the distance. Wow. Incredible. We got another witch. The lantern hanging off her broom, and a cat and a bat. And we have another fairy. I really like the, is it watercolor or gouache? Hard to tell them apart. Probably watercolor. And the line work on top. This makes me happy. Another fairy. Silhouette behind the moon. Beautiful. Another fairy standing on top of a mushroom. With some magic emanating from her hand too. These moons are so powerful. I'm glad you like them, dear Madhiham. I like the leaves on this tree. Another snowy one with nice orange and peachy and purpley hues. Golden hour. This is beyond golden hour. This is mango hour or peach hour. Here we have a nice green and pink mountain scene. I really like the cherry blossom looking tree and the pink fog in the distance. Mango peach smoothie hour. That's right, Kirikarji. Cotton candy mountain. Sounds like something out of Dora. I like that show. Oh, how neat. We have a gazebo and some metallic art piece. Sorry, it's hard to zoom in. Computer's being fussy. And we have almost looks like a metallic sculpture of the world, or a particular part of the world. Got a bench. Can I just live in a world that is drawn by Mahina? I agree. Looks like the World's Fair sculpture in New York. Oh yeah, we got a dragon? Hell yeah. Oops, I didn't mean to skip to the next one yet. Wow, this is cool. This is a big dragon. Looking at the scale, splashing in what looks like the ocean, step out on land. And thank you, Fiona. Oh, welcome, Mahina, you are here. You share. This one is somewhere in Brooklyn. It was commissioned. You're right, that a couple had their first kiss. I love that. And this is Charizard. Awesome. Yeah, it's a Pokemon. I think it was my favorite Pokemon when I used to play Pokemon Fire Red. And then, wow. There is a place of a painting. That could make a painting itself, although I guess that's partially why you're there. Your grandson made you do this? That's awesome. What a magical place that is. It is a nice photograph. Oh, Nemo. We've got Nemo and Dory. And then, what are the other names? What's the name of the jellyfish? And we have the turtle, the very chill turtle, and the baby turtle. Aww. Those look perfect. You are camping and painting here. Oh, how wonderful. Salut, Karen. Anyone remember the names of the jellyfish and the turtle? Or the baby turtle? This is your Nemo trivia. But I love all the different kinds of coral and seaweed. The big turtle is named Dude. That's right. Another lovely winter scene with a nice cabin. I love the purple hues and the sky behind. Another cabin in the winter. I love these. The fences really help. Although it's cold, it has a lot of warmth. Right, Isabella? I was thinking that too. You can just hear the silence, shares Billy. Right? Oh, what an amazing, gorgeous pink sky. Fuchsia. I would like to live here. Hello, Metamystic. Another nice snowy scene with a blue frozen pond. And I like the pink aura. That is where I live, dear Metamystic. I just love this color combo so much. It's almost like Miami, even though it's completely not, but I'm referring to the color palette of Miami. Now you want to paint, dear Mariham? Well, everyone can paint. Great places to ice skate. I like the colors here. Another nighttime scene with the moon. So peaceful. In a mountain scene with rapids in the water. I love the details of little waves around the rocks in the river. This is bright. This is what summer feels like, in my opinion. This one just looks so sunny. I love it. Lonely Mountain, shares Mahina. Is that what one of those last two are called? And I think that's the last one. Who painted these? Asks shared one of our dear Sangis, Mahina. Mahina Greta. She's in chat. From Tolkien. Oh, I love that. Magdalene, you share, you cannot spell heart without art. And her heart is certainly present in each piece. I love that. Yeah, heart without art is just, eh? I'm not crying. My eyes just needed to be washed. These are very beautiful paintings and beautiful skies. Well, thank you very much, dear Mahina, for letting us take a gander at your most magnificent magical fairy art. I feel honored and delighted to explore this together with everyone. So thank you. And that's right, Billy. Earth without art is eh. I've never noticed that Earth is an anagram of heart. You just have to put the H at the beginning. Well, I think I'm running out of incredible, amazing, fabulous, wonderful synonyms and adjectives, so we'll leave it there. But this has been quite a sweet treat. And as always, if anyone else has anything they'd like to share, do check out the show and tell submission form in the link tree in the bio. Namaste. What a great way to start off our Sangha. And thank you to those who sent a gift while we were exploring this. Like dear Josie Joe, thank you for your rose. Hariom, that's it. And dear, who is Fiona? Thank you for your fest crown and heart me. Jaya Sajit Anandam. Oh, and thank you, dear Grandma Fairy, for your many roses. 23 of them. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Hello, dear Dansuela. And welcome everyone who joined while we were exploring that show and tell. To conclude our Shravana, portion of the Sangha dedicated to gaining new experience, let us just start the next part of the book that we've been reading together a little bit every day. Moksha, liberation, a woman's journey to self-discovery and freedom from suffering. We left off at a very sensual point. I was not expecting a sex scene, but there was indeed a very tantric sex scene inspired by the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, with Uma, the Divine Mother, seated in the lap of Shiva, who represents universal consciousness. Anyway, that is the extent of the spice. We are starting a new part of the book titled Tat Tvam Asi, which means Thou art that, from the Chandogya Upanishad. This is the 9th chapter. Let's dive right into it. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. I arrived at the convent well past midnight. All was dark except for the warehouse where lights were blazing. Pepe, my associate, must be jamming, I thought. I threw open the front door. Yoo-hoo! I'm back, I called out. Miss Nandi's nephew, Muthu, the nephew of my Sanskrit teacher, aka Murugan, M.A. Pass, was stretched out on Pepe's chair, his feet up on the desk, sound asleep. I let go of my suitcase and backpack, and the clatter startled him awake. What are you doing here? I exclaimed. I thought you were in Chennai. He jumped up. I am here. My auntie told me to come because Pepe... Did Pepe quit? I interrupted. And you came to help out? Not to worry. When Pepe hears my news, he'll come back. And there's a job for you too if you want. There's work for everyone. Paid work. He did not respond. I picked up my suitcase. He did not make a move to help me. What is it? I asked. I was waiting for you, he said. Mother Gabriel is in Ireland. Her brother is very sick. Sister Mary is in charge. What is it? I repeated. Pepe is dead. I started forward, tripped, and crashed onto the floor. He came forward. I waved him away. Let me lie here for a minute, I said. Let me be. He bustled out, dragged over a chair, and handed me a glass of water. I raised myself up, sat in the chair, and gulped down the water. What did you say? I asked. The children. Police say Pepe killed 5 village children. Then he killed himself. I did not let on, but sat rigid in the face of Muthu's nervousness, my heart pounding and my mind giving up on what could not be born. I wondered at the pinpricks of pain crawling up inside. I reached for my suitcase and made my way upstairs to my room. Muthu watched helplessly. I'm going to wash and change, I said, my back to him, then we'll go to the police station. We did not go to the police station that night or the next day, because I did not come down. I lay on my cot fully dressed, not bothering to remove my shoes. That paralyzing fear Sri Krishna refers to in the Gita, Mahobhayat, would not loosen its grim clutch. But as my anxiety soared, my mind, so keen and clever, so suited to problem solving, came to the fore. I was in danger. I had to get out of this place. No one could stop me, not the police, not the government. I was a white woman from a powerful country. I was protected, but I had overstayed my welcome, and the undiluted hatred of foreigners that was at the core of this atrocity would soon overwhelm any diplomatic immunity I had. Call the consulate, my mind urged. They would get me on a plane. I heard shuffling at my door, followed by the scrape of retreating footsteps. A lunchbox containing a mess of potatoes and peas, a few greasy puris, and a mug of tea had been placed on the floor. I ate and drank greedily, used my commode, and stretched out on the bed. I came to with a start at a loud knocking. My clothes, sheets, and pillows were drenched. The room stank of urine and sweat. It was morning. I had slept through the night. I'm fine, Muthu, I said. Inspector Chetty has come, he said. He is waiting. I am coming down, I said. The inspector sprang to action as I descended. His expression, that familiar mixture of disdain and subservience worn by civil servants universally. Muthu pulled over a chair for the inspector. I took my seat behind my desk. My face was scrubbed, my hair pulled back in a knot. On my feet were the sneakers that I had slept in. I smelled bad. Please sit, Inspector, I said. He did not sit, but stood at ease. Madame, the inspector began, the head mother is not here, so I have come to tell you that the murder-suicide case is closed. You may collect things of... He either could not bear to say Pepe's name or refused to. Sure, I'll do that, I said with a bright smile, and I'd like to see the file. File? The case file with the photographs of the bodies, the weapon, I said. The inspector gave out a deep, throaty laugh and turned to Muthu for confirmation of my naivety, my stupidity. File and all we are not having, madame, he said. Why need? Witnesses are there, many witnesses. Headman, Mr. Raja himself saw everything. I'm sure he did, I said. What about the bodies? Are they in the morgue? The inspector smiled indulgently, as if talking to a small child. Morgue and all we are not having. Bodies examined, then cremated. Cases closed. I matched his indulgent smile. Death is nothing but a change of clothes to you, isn't it? I asked. You get rid of old clothes and put on new ones. Isn't that what your Gita says? What you believe? The inspector ignored this bit of philosophizing. Families of children are now wanting compensations, he said. The same families who burned, beat, and threw acid on them? I asked. I told head mother before, the inspector said with a deep sigh. If families beat their children, it is their business only. Why should peoples interfere? But here, this Pepe, he spat out the word. A foreigner, drug lord, criminal, is murdering their children, so they must definitely be getting compensations. He once again turned to Muthu for support, but the boy was staring ahead as if in a trance. You will have to take all this up with Mother Gabriel, I said briskly. Pepe was her employee, her responsibility, not mine. Anyway, I'm leaving the country. Very good, madame. The inspector clicked his heels. I expected him to execute a full salute, but he turned sharply and marched out. Come back tomorrow, I said to Muthu. I need to be alone today. He left without a word, and I spent the day cleaning the warehouse, the office, my room, and finally Pepe's, where I found a large black tin trunk bound with brown leather straps. Pepe's collection of costumes, masks and props, skulls, beads, demons' faces. One was of a black goddess with terrible teeth, a red tongue hanging down and bulging red eyes. Pepe's bejeweled sword lay in its secret compartment, sewn into the lining of the trunk. Did Pepe imagine that he would put on shows and enact popular myths? Why had we come here, to this land of ancient wisdom that was now headed on a precipitous downward trajectory? The job offer from Mother Gabriel and the pressing need for a safe haven was why, but how could we have been so blind? In other places, Pepe and I had witnessed cyclones, earthquakes, epidemics, and revolutions that plowed into a community. We could handle those with ease because there was always hope that recovery was at hand. But here, for centuries, that plowed into a community. We could handle those with ease because there was always hope that recovery was at hand. But here, for centuries... I think my internet disconnected me for a second. Do let me know if the connection is good, if I'm back, so I can continue where I left off. If it did cut out for you, you can tell me what the last thing was. I said, but here. Alright. But here for centuries all were caught up in a vice of evil practice and superstition, sanctified by scripture and solidified into belief that a person's suffering was due to bad acts in past lives, that a person's current life was set rigidly by the circumstance of their birth. Their tenet, ahimsa, do no harm, was a joke, with each life circumscribed by a violence of exclusion. Compassion had no place here. Suffering has 5 causes, I learned, with the fundamental cause being the ignorance of our true nature. I had planned on sharing this and other useful dictums with Pepe and the girls, but while I'd been seeking enlightenment in a Maharaja's palace, Pepe and the girls had been fighting for their lives. A fight they did not win. The next morning, Muthu returned, carrying a box of Pepe's things he had retrieved from the police station. The top of the hookah peered out comically. "Put it down anywhere," I said, and continued tapping keys on my laptop. I looked up. He seemed small and scared, no longer his cocky self. "You can go," I said. "I've been getting organized." He held onto the box and didn't budge. "Please go," I said. When he still did not move, I marched around the desk, snatched the box and slammed it to the floor. The box flew sideways and its contents spilled all over. The hookah rolled under a chair as if trying to get away. "Don't you get it?" I screamed into Muthu's face. "Do you and your inspector think that for a second, or even a split second, I believe this cock and bull story? Pepe would not hurt a fly, and I mean that, literally. He was forever carrying bugs outside, chasing away snakes, once a mongoose that could have killed him. His whole family had been murdered by the militia. He could not bear to kill anything. And what did that inspector call him? Drug lord? I laughed. That hookah, it was our joke. Now go. Please, for God's sake, go." He held out his phone. "I have photos," he said, handing his phone to me. I scrolled through colorful pictures of small bodies lying askew, stab wounds front and back, and one adult, face down. Pepe's tattoo of a whale on one arm. He was stabbed in the front and back. Impossible for him to have inflicted these on himself. "Where did you get these?" I asked. "The inspector has a file. When he left his office, I was alone and I took photos." "What do you think happened?" I asked. "The girls ran away from the village in the evening. They were caught, and that headman, Raja, and his people stabbed and killed them. They were drunk, angry. Then they went to the camp and saw Pepe having his dinner in a cafe. They dragged him out. No one stopped them. They beat him and stabbed him and dragged his body and threw it near the bodies of the girls. Next morning they told Inspector Chetty that Pepe killed the girls and then killed himself. They told him they saw what happened." "And you sure about all this? How do you know?" I asked. "Everyone knows," he said. "Even Inspector Chetty?" I asked. "Him too. Raja works for a big company, foreign. He does what this company wants. Inspector cannot do anything." "What company?" "Gerhardt Industries. They are planning something with Raja. They need him." Dun dun dun. That is the same company that our protagonist had blackmailed. The same company with the CEO of the father of her late husband that had passed away. I was going to stop reading there, but there's only one more page in the chapter, so I'll just continue. There were no ashes to submerge into the sea. No gravestone, no marker, no rituals of passage commemorating the deaths of Pepe and 5 children, Ratna, Renuka, Rati, Ranjini, and the littlest one, Radha. I was alone in my grief that was deep and vast and amorphous. "Hello, I need to speak to Siddhanta," I screamed into the phone. "Can you hear me? I need to speak to Siddhanta. It's urgent." There was crackling on the line. "Yes, madame, I can hear you. I am manager, very busy today. I need to speak to Mr. Siddhanta." "Excuse me," he said, putting the phone down. I heard him shouting at someone. Then he came back on. "Siddh Saab, not here." "Where is he? Isn't he in Rishikesh, at your ashram?" "Very busy here, madame. Bhandara is going on, madame." "What?" "Feeding 100 sannyasis, madame. One family from Dubai is doing." "Why?" "Why? Maybe saying thank you for something they got, or maybe asking for something they want to get. I must definitely go." "Maybe Mr. Siddhanta will come for this Bandhara?" The man shouted to someone as if translating what I had said, and there were loud guffaws. That's a new word for me. Guffaws. "No, no, madame, he is not coming for this." The line went dead. Mother Gabriel's brother passed away, and she extended her stay in Ireland. Muthu returned to his job in Chennai. Miss Nandi, my Sanskrit teacher, was on her annual book tour to replenish her stock. Chairman Gerhardt was in Bavaria on his honeymoon with wife number 5, his office said. I called Padma. Her assistant answered. "Mrs. Padma is on holiday," he said. "Holiday? Where?" "North Pole," she said. I went about my business, appealing to donors, reviewing architectural schemes for the design and placement of the clinic, accepting and dispersing donations of food and money. Occasionally, Sister Mary came in to help me. Pepe and the girls were consigned to history. That is the end of the chapter, but not quite the end of the reading, as there is a very brief layer of the story which takes place at the level of the divine. Lord Vishnu, Hari, the compassionate one, stood at the bow of an icebreaker that easily carved a wide swath through the thinning Arctic ice. In the far distance, 6 polar bears warily tracked the progress of the mammoth structure labeled a research ship, but Hari knew that it was the oil and gas reserves that brought it here. Padma, his beloved, stood to one side, watching him watch the bears. Very soon there'll be no polar bears, no Arctic ice, and no ship, Hari said. Padma gently put out a hand. She'll come through. She'll come through, but won't she be too late? That is the end of the 9th chapter. And what a dramatic introduction to the 3rd part of this book. I thank you all for bearing through such grim subject matter. But such is the unfortunate reality of the world. And it's good to see how this situation evolves and how our protagonist learns to grow through it and heal her wounds and make something of the circumstance and continue her understanding to realize her true self as the Divine Mother. Thank you. Hello everyone who joined while we were reading. Dear Crossfires. Unsurprisingly, because of the content of our reading, this live did get restricted. So I am surprised that the number of viewers is currently increasing. Maybe it would help to know if did anyone find this live just by scrolling? If that's the case, then I guess the restriction was lifted. Or maybe everyone's joined by a link being shared. Anyway. You did, yes, dear Rai. Okay. I think the restriction was it lifted then? Anyway, if anyone wants to talk about some of the themes in that, absolutely. It's good to talk about such things, process our feelings. I'm going to shift scenes now to Manana, the portion of the live dedicated to Q&A. Dear Mahina, you shared to heal from that would be hard. Yes. It would take a lot of work indeed. Very traumatic stuff from an already traumatized individual. But we've got a whole other half of the story to go through. Hard to deal with life, shares Karen. So much hate, violence, heartbroken people. Cannot find your peace here. It's an honest observation. Good night, dear Chloe. And thank you, everyone who sent a gift while we were reading. Do allow me to extend my gratitude back to you now that I have a moment. Thank you, Fiona. Fiona, you had also sent a tiny earlier, and some flowers, and a trio of hat and mustaches. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. I'm glad you like my sound effects, dear big ladder lady. Thank you, dear Isaac. Nice to see you again for your fest burst. Om Mani Padme Hum. And dear Kev, thank you for the heart me. Rose, TikTok, ice cream cone, Rosa, fest crown, finger heart, perfume, pair of donuts and a heart. Om Namah Shivaya. Is there still hope in humanity, dear Karam? I don't have any expectations for humanity, but I do have a vision that is absolutely possible for us. That vision includes harmony, tolerance, brotherhood, sisterhood, love, and it's absolutely within our ability. We just have to be motivated enough. And I feel empowered to live in the modern time just with that possibility. Knowing that good is possible is enough peace I need to be able to do my part to guide the world with each other to manifest that vision. I like the way you put that, Greg RG. I don't know how much hope humanity has, but I hold hope for all humans. I love that. Thank you, dear Dob Darker, for the heart me that you sent. Om Shri Mahalakshmyai Namaha. And dear Fiona, oh, I thanked you for this hat and mustache. Anyway, I thank you again. Ram Ram. And dear Jeffrey, thank you for your heart me and beating heart. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And dear Lynn, thank you for your rose. Jaya Satchitanandam. Italy, if you share, you believe there's way more peace and love in this world than the other things. It's just not sensationalized as much as the other things. It's so true. All the things that go viral are always going to be more likely to be the things that engage fear, a fear response. And it makes sense. Unfortunately, there are organizations that get their money by reaching as wide of an audience as possible. And the way they found to reach as wide of an audience as possible is to share the stories that make as wide of an audience afraid as possible. But forget that. If we look at all the things that we can be grateful for in our own life, starting with peaceful heart, we can create a peaceful community. Peaceful community can create a peaceful city. Peaceful city can create a peaceful state. Peaceful state can create a peaceful country. Peaceful country can create a peaceful world. Dear Fiona, you ask, do I follow a religion, or is my spirituality my own? My spirituality is neither religious nor my own, but it is yours. For there is nothing I believe in that is separate from you, and everything that you are possible in. Everything that's possible in you. I mean... If you ask, what do I believe in? The answer is you. So my spirituality is yours. Thank you, dear Billy, for your garland headpiece. Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. We must be careful where we place our attention. Indeed, it is good to be aware of the things we can help with. And that includes people who are struggling, or various humanitarian efforts, and problems in the world that we can assist in. But our attention should be on the help, on what we're capable of doing. On all of what's possible. And thank you for finding inspiration in those words, dear Fiona. Thank you for sharing, dear Grandma Fairy. We certainly don't want to be ignorant of the suffering around the world. we certainly don't want to be ignorant of the suffering around the world. All of the good choices that people still have the room to make. But let go of the expectations. Oh, I think my internet disconnected me a little bit. And thank you, dear Philu Labelle, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. As I was saying, we don't want to be ignorant of the suffering. But there's a way of holding space for that suffering that doesn't take away from our ability to find peace. And the reason that's so important is the only way that the world can become peaceful is if every person in the world becomes peaceful. And the first person to make peaceful is ourselves. Then it spreads like a silent fire from one heart to another. Dear Karen, you ask, do I think I am helping by doing these lives? Absolutely, because I know it's what I need. And my needs are universal at the level of being affirmed and validated in our place in the world. When I was experiencing the most suffering through my anxiety and depression, I realized that all the negativity that I was drowning in my mind was not helpful. And what ultimately saved my life was optimism, was positivity, was looking for what can be done first and foremost, and giving energy to that. And there's nothing special about that for me. I believe that it's my duty, knowing what it's like to go through that experience of dismay and horror myself, that I have a responsibility to share that realization with everyone else who deserves to hear it too. And together we can make the world a better place. And it all starts with bringing our awareness away from our limitations and into our possibilities. Hello, dear Blue Lily. I am doing well tonight, thank you. How are you, dear? That sounds very good, dear Marcy. Your Sangha Snack Part 2 is a charcuterie board of almonds, an emoji that's not showing up on my screen. And is that honey and strawberries? I love that. But I know that I'm not complete in my knowledge either. That all the help that I offer has room for improvement and learning. And I continue to take accountability and with humility ask to be taught in return all the ways in which I can deepen my understanding of my service for the world. I am so glad you're here, dear Fiona. I like that, dear Andy. Truth is simple, still peaceful. And I like that, Fiddle Leaf. Quote from Bob Marley: heaven and hell are here on earth. They are inseparable. Miss Sunshine. I do have a question of the day for all of you. Today I ask, I misspelled the word. Today I ask, how do we bring honor to our ancestors? And let me fix that spelling mistake. There, how do we? Da-da-da-da. With a voiced dental plosive. Bring a sattvic friendly item to the picnic. I like that, dear Marcy. I'm your favorite Santa Claus, dear Mariham. Ho 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 ho. Thank you. I'm just young Santa, that's all. I'm Santa before the beard's fully grown out, before the hair turns gray. Dear Fiddleleaf, your answer is by living in the opportunity of living on their shoulders. I love that, Fiddleleaf. It is a big question, dear little Miss Sunshine. You share, you don't feel any connection. You think it's your fault. Well, don't be so hard on yourself. I'm sure there's always room for connection. Dear Gardening Grey Gargi, you share, we respect and positively supplement what they have left here for us. I like that. Thank you, dear Bobby Sue, for your heart me, team bracelet, pair of cheer you ups and team cheers. Aing Sarasvatyai Namaha. I think my mind is putting together this big brain Sanskrit pun, dear Sky Guardian. It would be a Sanskrit ho so hum hum hum. So, I think it's gonna need some workshopping or some contemplation on my part to put it together. You're too big brain for me. Bobby Sue, you share living a life that benefits future generations. That's perfect, Bobby Sue, yeah. If we are the future generations of our ancestors, then let's be good ancestors to future generations. Having to live through ancestral karma, shares little Miss Sunshine, yeah. Putting an end to generational trauma. Blue Lily, you share by experiencing the world and living no matter what. I love that. Andy, you give another take. Forget about him. Let them rest in peace. We are not responsible for history. I see the truth and that additional perspective. That makes me happy to hear, dear little Miss Sunshine. You're learning from everyone. Take some wisdom, leave some wisdom. I love that. And a Lorak. Or Carolyn. Carolan. Honor the self and all is honored. Very beautiful. You hope they love you, dear little Miss Sunshine. Of course. Billy, you share by remembering them talking about them, and improving upon our lives with each generation. Sadhu. Dear Karen, you share. You don't know. Just trying to grow through and learn from what they felt, good or bad. I see the truth in that. New motto acquired. Take some wisdom, leave some wisdom. These are all great answers, everyone. And I love the humility. It's always a good exercise to know when maybe we don't have an answer. And so it's good to listen to others. Yeah, I still need to work on making the Sangha fridge. The fridge. Where we can add some quotes. And other show and tell things that go on the fridge. How do I honor my ancestors, dear Blue Lily? When I think of my ancestry, I think of the Irish, since a lot of my family comes from Ireland. So I think of all of the mythology of Ireland that I could learn. I think of all the spirituality and folk tales, and I feel like I can do my part honoring them by learning more from them. And asking my grandmother questions. She's kind of the elder in the family. All of her Irish wisdom. And I believe that can be applied generally to everyone who's part of some lineage. If you have an elder in the family, especially if you come from some indigenous population, make sure you learn from the elders. Learn about the stories of your peoples. RG, you share. What if I had a mini fridge right off of screen, and when I open it for water, you see the pins? I love that. That's a really cute idea. Although it would be very ominous having a mini fridge just right next to me, staring at me in the face. Nicola, you share. Break the generational curses and be as authentic as possible. I like that. Dear Karen, you wish to be so much better to express your thoughts in English. I find you are very well expressive, and I find your words understandable. If you ever can't find the right words, there is a translation feature for us to be able to translate it to English. But I think it's beautiful how we have so many people from so many different places and languages. Language is a fascination of mine. Grandma Fairy, your mother shared that she was taken to a hospital in a sled driven by horses. My goodness. That's incredible. Yeah, what a story that is. Definitely deserves to be told. Probably a little less comfortable than a stretcher at the back of an ambulance. But you have to make do with what you got. Blue Lily, you share, you're unfortunately the oldest left in your family. Should you try harder to impart wisdom on your siblings? I'm sure that will naturally come. If you're interested in finding extended family, maybe you can consider trying out those modern genetic tests that get you hooked up with your extended family. Might be nice if you are feeling a little lonely. Although I would encourage reading the terms of service to see if you're comfortable with what they do with that information. From experience, my mom did it, and it was a completely new chapter in her life because my mom was adopted. And as such, she didn't know much about her biological father's side of the family, and she ended up getting connected with them, and they accepted her with open arms, and now she has this whole other part of this family. And 40 some years into her life, imagine discovering that you might have a brother or other family members. But you're never too young to be wise. Just look at children. They're naturally wise. Children are spitting facts all the time. They say it like it is. Sky Guardian is afraid of being cloned. Well, I, for one, feel like the world would benefit from another Sky Guardian in the world. Here, Talon, you have an answer to our question of the day. You honor them by carrying on traditions that promote community. I like that. That's a great answer, dear Talon. Dear Grandma Fairy, you got to share the naughty things your brothers and sisters did at family party. Kids recorded it. Yeah, that is something a little different in our generations now. Is that you got away with a lot more before people recorded everything. Stories became more of mythology. Now in 20 years, 30 years, I'm sure that my generation can show their grandkids directly by opening up their Snapchat memories. And this was the time I was blackout drunk and running down the street, and I went head first into the stop sign and nearly broke my face. And it's there in full HD high definition, 4K audio. That'll be a very new time, new experience. Yeah, you're so glad none of it was recorded for you, dear Fiddleleaf. Dear Crossfires, you share your great four-great aunt was burned and accused for being a witch. Wow. Well, it sounds like time for you to be a witch and burn others. No, just kidding. Don't do that. Burn them with the warmth of your love, the fire of compassion. How many witches do we have here? I've been creating a new Discord server And I've been trying to think of all the different kind of spiritual traditions to include. I added one for witches. Yes, we always have the choice of taking on the identity of our family's history or forging a new identity. Dear Heidi, you share, maybe honor them by lowering our footprint. I like that. Yeah. Living as they were in many ways. Grandma Fairy, you share, they put you in a box and put pillows at the end of the stairs and pushed you down. Yeah, I've done that. But I've done that to myself. I volunteered. Which is a tricky label, but you wouldn't deny it, dear Enchantress. I know it does have a lot of negative connotations, but to me it only has positive ones. You are a witch from birth, dear Grandma Fairy. But you prefer fairy. I like that. Fairy is a great term. And you're no witch, dear Crossfires. But you are magical, naturally. Magical is another great term. I say we are all magical. And whatever you call yourself is fine, dear Grey Guardsy. I like that. Dear Karen, you would love to learn. Be a witch. Yeah. And there's 3 different kinds, right? There's the black hat witches, which carry all the negative connotation. They use their magic for selfish purposes, causing harm to others. But then there's the white hat witches, which are like the fairies. They're loving, they're making love potions consensually, and spells to bless people, and herbal remedies, making healing ointments, things like that, for selfless purposes. And then there's the grey hat witches that like to explore the territory between. You might be interested to know that hackers, modern hackers, borrowed that terminology, and now there's black hat hackers, grey hat hackers, and white hat hackers. There's the hackers that steal your personal information, the black hat hackers. There's the hackers that ensure the privacy and security of people's information. They look for vulnerabilities to be able to protect them. And then there's all the hackers that explore the nuances in between, the grey hat hackers. I think that's kind of funny that a natural evolution for witches in the digital age is hackers. They are doing some kind of digital sorcery, aren't they? You would be the grey, dear Karen. And then there's Gandalf the Grey. And he came back as Gandalf the White. He's a wizard, though. Isabella, your answer to our question of the day is by putting out a feast every now and then. And so much other practices. Jantris, youth there, it's good to embrace the shadows and the light. I like that. Yeah, are you a good witch or a bad witch? Asked Glenda. The good witch. Bitterleaf, you share. You took a test once and it told you you were a green witch. That's interesting. I guess there are more subtypes. But just like you can find green in the spectrum that is diffracted from pure white light, I am sure that a green witch is a subtype of a white witch. That almost is a riddle or tongue twister, Isabella. How many hackers can hack the hackers of the hackers? As many hackers that can hack the hackers of the hackers. Speaking of witchcraft, I think it's really interesting how much of modern medicine ultimately stems from things like alchemy and potion brewing. Now we just extract and synthesize the same chemicals or variants that used to be found naturally. And I love that connection to nature. Being able to be so in tune with various plants that you know how the chemicals in each interact with each other and have an effect on various parts of the human body. Italy, if you share, that reminds you of how many lows would Rob Lowe rob if Rob Lowe could rob lows. Dear D, you share, you're honoring your ancestors by breaking chains of patterns of trauma that have been passed down. I love that. I love Meowtown. Lots of your close friends identify as witches, dear Fiddly Fig. Well, make sure to stay friends with them. Being a witch is a lifestyle choice, shares Enchantress. I like that. Dear Grandma Fairy, you share, a good book is called Book of Shadows by Phyllis Kurot. Or Kurot. Currott. She tells a very historical story. I like that. Dear Worm, you ask, why do you need to honor your ancestors? You don't have to, but perhaps that's a good question we can explore together. That why would we want to? By our choice. What could be a reason for doing so? But dear Grandma Fairy, I love how much wisdom you have and experience. You so selflessly encourage others to share their own experience by doing so yourself. You love your friends, dear Fiddleleaf. Well, you must make a great friend. I love a friendly kind of love, so pure, without expectations. I hope we can all find that kind of friendship with each other. Dear Blue Lily, you share, you used to call yourself a witch, and I've actually wondered if you still are after finding Hare Krishna. You feel like you are? Of course. Yeah. I know in society we like to create nice clear boundaries between spiritual practices, but no one's going to stop you from practicing your own combination of traditions. Some people might recommend that you preserve the sanctity of each and try to incorporate elements that don't take away from the unique identity of each tradition. But if you want to be a devotee of Krishna and be a little witchy at the same time, as Krishna says, I make all faith complete. Thank you, Portal, for the follow. Welcome, Swag. Fiddleleaf, you share, you always say friends are gifts you give to yourself. That's so beautiful, Fiddleleaf. I love the wise words you have to share here. I hope to continue hearing them. Hello, dear Elise. How are you? Your wonderful one-word answer to the question of the day is kindness. That's great. Grandma Fairy, you share, your late sister was a high priestess. We honor her with watching Legend 1985 version every winter. That's beautiful. So many traditions you have, dear Isabella. I love how you're able to draw from many places and find universal truth behind them. Dear Worm, your genuine curiosity is, why would any of your actions be ancestor-oriented, or like, why are mine? Well, we stand on the shoulder of the people that come before us, and they, through their oral traditions and other ways of preserving information, have allowed us to be born into a world where we don't have to start from scratch. We already have the knowledge of tools and medicine and various teachings of the ancients before us that have thought long and hard about the meaning of life and things like that. It's a way of making us happy to be able to give back in some way, to make our actions reflect the places where we get a lot of our knowledge from. I think generally that spirit, it's harbored in some traditions more than another. If you're born into a very close-knit family, ever since you're young, you might think about your ancestors. I know indigenous people, you know, they have such a vast tradition of honoring their ancestors, including the First Nations, Métis, the Maori, the various Polynesian peoples. And in our Western culture, we don't often think about the concept of ancestors a lot. And if it does happen, maybe it comes later in life. When we're younger, if we're not already thinking about these things, we generally don't. Dear Blue Lily, you share your witchiness as habitual. I believe you. I think it's very natural for you. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your finger heart. There's one for you too. Om Hring Namah Shivaya. I appreciate your appreciation, dear Fiddleleaf. And everyone's here. Dear Enchantress, you share, if it weren't for your ancestors, you wouldn't exist. So at the very least, you light a candle for them. I like that. Thank you, dear Meowtown. Thank you for seeing the growth in me. May it be inspired by you. And thank you, Meowtown, for your heart me. Om Namo Marjanaya. That means Om Salutations to cats. In Sanskrit. Hello, Aliza. Alisa. Welcome, dear Sarah V. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Fiddleleaf. It always makes me happy knowing that there's something that we share here that is worth sharing. Quack, shares Rhiannon. How are you doing in this moment? How are you feeling, dear Rhiannon? And hello, May. Hey, that's my name backwards. Yam. Thank you for sharing the live too, Grandma Fairy. One of my favorite video games, Terraria, there's an Easter egg where every 1,000 or so quacks from the digital ducks that are in the game is a very clearly human recorded quack. So there's all these very realistic sounding quack, 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 quack. And then there's just a guy going, quack. It never fails to make me laugh. And sometimes I wait when I'm surrounded by real ducks. If they're going to do the same, if I just stick around them for long enough, I'll hear a quack. Thank you for your blessings, dear Rushcan Can. Thank you, Meowtown, for your quintet of team cheers. Not sure if I know a mantra for ducks, but I do know one for a swan, and that is Hamsa, which literally means swan, but it can also be grammatically broken up into I am that. So it's an affirmation, kind of like Tat Tvam Asi, you are that, thou art that. Dear Rhiannon, you share you're honestly overwhelmed but riding the wave. Oh. Well, thank you for your honesty. It's so natural to be overwhelmed, and I'm happy to hear you're riding the wave. Stay centered. If there's anything that you are feeling overwhelmed by, I'd be happy to listen, hold space for it. That one duck that goes quack is you when you're down by the lake, dear Grey Gargi. Dear Rushcan, you have an answer for our question of the day. We can bring honor by not dwelling and repeating mistakes, being gracious of the past lessons learned. I love that, Rushcan. Yeah. If we dwell on the mistakes, how are we going to free up space? Being gracious of these past lessons allows us to learn from them so that we don't have to make the mistakes all over again. Hello, dear whatevs. You share, you need peace. Your best friend just died. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. I send you my prayers and well wishes for blessings during this time. May you find enough space to be able to process that grief. And if you're feeling like you want to celebrate their life, if there's any wonderful memories that you want to share with them here, always feel free to do so. That's how we begin to realize that they live on in other ways. And I hope you know there's space here for them to live on through our thoughts and prayers for them, their being, everything they meant to you, and their smile, sense of humor, their stories, their personality, talents. All of those things live on, do know, through us. It is similar. It's related to the question of the day we were having. A lot of the answers we were sharing so far is a way for our ancestors to live on through us. This isn't an ancestor per se for you, but I'm sure you can find similar themes here of how they can live on. But you're absolutely valid in your grief. There will be tears. There will be frustration, I'm sure. Let yourself go through all that. This too shall pass. And in any way in which I can help, even if it's just to listen, I'm here, and I hope, fellow Sangis here are there for you. I think it's lovely already seeing how many people are sending your love, or sending love your way. I think it's a difficult truth, but it's possible to be peaceful even through grief. There's a place of healing that in some way is very peaceful, even if the tears are flowing, even if the body is shaking, even in the midst of so many different feelings crashing like waves. If you can find that center, there will be peace even during the experience, pervading it. She was the best. Wow. Here is to the best of friends, to whatevs. May her energy continue to make a difference in this world. May everything she inspires live on. And wherever her consciousness finds form next, let us wish her well in the journey that she has taken up somewhere else in the universe. Shay, thank you for that follow a few minutes ago. Babelfish, you had an answer to our question of the day too, which is that we honor them by healing generational trauma. I love that one a lot. Enchantress, you share the fact that we have running water shows how much easier we have it than our ancestors did. In many ways, indeed. And there are many ways in which we can learn from them that we've been missing out on. Like their connection to nature, I think, for example. Thank you, Fiddly Fig, for extending your love to whatevs. And Rush Can. You share that you have had 9 family who have passed this year. It's been a heavy one. That is heavy. I am sorry. I'm glad you can relate with whatevs in that way. It's good to talk about the things we've gone through so that other people don't feel so alone. And thank you for being here, whatevs. It gets easier. Nothing can dismiss the heartbreak. That pain is also a part of us now. But being able to honor that pain is a beautiful journey ahead of you. Oh. Here you are going through a hard time, and you're making me feel better, dear whatevs. You are wonderful. And I'm sure that your friend, she is wonderful too. I'm a little behind in my gifts. Thank you, dear John Simon, for the heart me you sent. And the fast burst. Radhe, Radhe. And Babblefishy, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Kamlir Mahakalikaye Namaha. You have an answer to the question of the day, dear Urai, by seeking out and sitting with their wisdom. I like that. Mikabhin, you share your rewinding 800 acres of your family's land over the next 4 years. Wow. That sounds like a big project. But that's a great answer. And I love to see your participation in this way. Thank you for sharing that. Hard to imagine how big 800 acres is. In your grief, dear Ashkan, can you share? They may be gone physically, but your heart is still full of them. Wise words. Good to remember. Remember. Dear whatevs, you wonder where am I from? You're Icelandic. I love that. You know, I've never met an Icelandic person that I didn't like. I've heard it's the most direct culture that preserves some of the ancient Norse traditions. I find that really interesting and fascinating. I am from Canada, so also in the Northern Hemisphere. Thank you, dear Tapini, for the heart me you had sent as well. Jaya Sitaram and Meowtown, thank you for your quintet of team cheers. I love the way different languages transliterate the sound a cat makes. Meow. I think the Egyptian name for a cat is something like meow. It's just the sound they make. Makes sense. If you're going to come up with a name for that thing with 2 ears and soft fur and a long tail, you'd point to it maybe and you'd go, meow. The meow came in and started knocking things over. Om Namasimhaya. That means salutations to lions. And thank you, dear Grandma Fairy, for your 19 roses. Now, every time you send a rose, I think of the roses in all of your lovely paintings. Ram, ram. Dear Karen, you ask, do I think it's sad being here instead of being with physically real people? Weird question. Well, I assume you are all physically real people. You're just not physically here with me. What's certainly real is the memories we get to share here, and I've had a lot of them together, and the feelings. That's very real. There's of course nothing like physical contact and being in each other's physical presence. That is something very special. But when it comes to connection, there are many other ways to authentically connect, and I do find that same connection here. So I feel like you are all with me. I don't miss you. Your essence. Just a different kind of togetherness. Why did you think I was Irish? I pronounced the R perfectly. Well, I am Irish ethnically. Much of my family and my grandparents and older than that do come from Ireland, but I am a third generation Canadian, second or third. I've never been to Ireland. Never left Canada, actually. But I did not know how to pronounce the R until I started learning Sanskrit. I love that, dear G. Many grand witches with the ancestors guiding each of us are here tonight. I like that. Dear Rhiannon, you heard that orangutans are in their stone age. I love that. And corvids too, some of the most intelligent animals, the descendants from the dinosaurs, are birds. Fun fact, birds are a type of lizard. This is a fact that I want everyone to know. That the technical taxonomy of birds place them as lizards. Just like dinosaurs. That what we see today as birds are directly descendant from dinosaurs. Everyone needs to know that. Everyone deserves to know that wonderful fact. So the dinosaurs never went extinct, it's just that the non-avians did. But the avian dinosaurs, they are all the birds you see today, which I think is really cool. So if you think about how currently you could say at some level humans rule the world, back in time dinosaurs used to rule the world. Some amount of intelligence must have been there. Well, where has that gone? It's gone into all of the corvids. They're able to make tools and strategize. Very intelligent creatures. They do well to bring honor to their ancestors. If chickens only knew their ancestor was T-Rex. Right? Dear Rashkan, can you share your 6th generation Canadian and you are Indigenous and English descent? I love that. Are you connected with your Indigenous side? And thank you, dear Valley Wings. Dear Rianan, you believe cats evolved from snakes. They have the same eyes and hiss. Maybe they share some DNA at the level of their eyes and hiss. Thank you, dear NQABA Nakaba, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear TB Jorlo, you ask what's the point of life? And I like how you clarify, not depressed or anything, just curious. It's true, a lot of the questioning surrounding our purpose and meaning here comes at our lowest point. But other times it comes out of a pure wonder and fascination. And I love that about you. I really love the 4 goals that arise from the Vedas. I find they're really succinct. Let me bring them up because I forget their names. The 4 goals from this ancient scripture called the Vedas include Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. That our primary goal is the pursuit and execution of one's nature and true calling. It's what all beings must accept and respect to sustain order in the world. Above that is Artha, which is an important aim as well, which is for the generation of wealth and resources for us to be able to establish a civilization. But one should not fall in love with the resources and the power that comes with them. And then there's Kama, like pleasure, enjoying the little things, enjoying love, simple desires, but ultimately moksha, which is to end the cycle of suffering, spiritual transcendence. And I find these 4 goals called the 4 Purusharthas very succinct. I was exploring them just today actually, when I was trying to come up with a nice, ancient, systematized set of purposes for the Discord server I was making. I had made a set of rules and regulations based off of another systematic structure in scripture. But I thought I need a nice set of reasons why people would want to be a part of a community. And I ended up stumbling upon those 4 goals of human life and really resonate with them. I think, of course, the answer is always going to be subjective. What the meaning and purpose of life is. But if there ever was a nice set of answers, I think those ones are really satisfying to me. Thank you, dear Davis, for the heart me you shared too. Om Shri Mahalakshmyai Namaha. Dear M, you had written that your best friends are visiting crows. You love corvids. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Whatevs, you asked, how am I so calm and collective? A lot of practice. And knowing what it's like to not be calm and collected. And the times that I've lost my patience usually didn't end up expressing myself in the way that I really wanted to. So I've learned to really value calmness, being centered, place of peace, because I think it leads to a very productive atmosphere for all of the things that I want to do in my life. And I've tried being impatient and unkind and negative, and it didn't fit me, didn't suit me, didn't make me feel good. And thank you, Glitterbug, for your TikTok. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. I'm glad you like the pronunciation of those Sanskrit words. I think Sanskrit and Swedish are part of the same language family of Indo-European. Dear, it cost a lot. You ask, what exotic fruits am I trying tonight? Well, let's see. You are very new and interesting and sweet in some ways. Maybe you can be my exotic fruit. What was dharma again? Asks Glitterbug. Well, the way that it was put in the summary when I looked it up was really nice. I'll read that again for you. The pursuit and execution of one's nature and true calling. It's what all beings must accept and respect to sustain order in the world. That is perhaps the best definition I've seen so far of dharma. Oh, thank you for echoing a comment I didn't see, dear Billy. Valley Wings asked if there are any mantras about ancestors. Yeah, there are. I don't know any off the top of my head, but I have seen them before. Oh, and thank you for the galaxy you sent too, dear Valley Wings. That is very kind. I'll try to find that mantra for you in just a second. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namo. Oh, I skipped one, wait. Namah Shrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalvekaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavekaranaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manomanaya Namaha. Thank you, it's very kind of you. Yeah, there is a peace mantra, I believe, for the ancestors. See if I can find that for you. Yes. Om Namo Vahpitra Saumya Svaha. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you. Let me zoom in. Which is the divine word, the primordial origin of sound. Namo, which is salutations. Vafpitraha, which means one's ancestors. Saumya, deeply auspicious, gentle, and graceful respect. Swaha, so be it. We should do it sometime for our communal chanting. Om Namo Vafpitra Saumya Swaha. This is a romanization. I wonder if I can find the a more accurate transliteration so I know the vowel lengths, and to see if these H's are actually hakaras or visargas. Sometimes it's hard to tell, and that can create a little bit of a nuance in pronunciation. If you can just give me 1 second, I can get the most accurate translation for you, or transliteration. Got it. Perfect. Let me bring this up on screen for you now. Here is the Devanagari. And here is it in the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration. So indeed, those were visargas at the end, an expulsion of breath. So it should sound like Om Namo Vafpitara Saumya Sav... No, wait. Give me a moment. Om Namo Vafpitara Saumya Swaha. That's difficult. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 different visargas in a row, making different sounds each time. Beautiful. Thank you for inspiring me to find this mantra for the ancestors. You hope your grandma could feel it. What a beautiful hope that I'm sure is true. Oh, that's a kind implication, dear G to infinity. Yeah, the tricky part about that mantra is there's that letter, that's the H with a dot under it. It makes a different sound depending on what the next sound that follows it is. Actually, there's a 4th visarga that's already being accounted for in the Namo. But yeah, you have to look at the same letter and remember that it sounds, in this case, 4 different ways. Your Dear Grandma Fairy, you share the Tinkerbell says, Meowaste. Meowaste, indeed. It actually makes grammatical sense because te, that stay part means to you. So meowaste would mean meow to you. Hello, Rocket Man. Welcome back. How are you doing? And thank you, Tat Tvam Asi, for your quintet of roses. Om Ham Jum Saha Namo. I messed up the mantra I was wanting to do for you. Let me try that again. Om Ham Jum Saha Namah Shivaya. You're doing good, dear Rocket Man. I'm very happy to hear that. And thank you, Ruth, for your follow. Valley Wings, you ask, can I explain what is known as the Buddha laugh? If you remember hearing that correctly. I have never heard of the Buddha laugh before. But I imagine it comes from the belly. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we can find that out together. The Buddha laugh. I know there is the laughing Buddha, which comes up first, known as Buddhai. He is a symbol of happiness, contentment, and prosperity. He is often depicted with a large belly and a jolly smile, and is known for his humorous personality and eccentric lifestyle. I like that. He's also known as the Fat Buddha. Why does Buddha laugh? Because of his jolly nature and humorous personality. I like that. Simple answer. Valley Wings, you like to think of it as the laugh one has even in the face of tremendous adversity. That's powerful. I like that a lot. Yes. Never letting your humor be swept away by the changing sands of time. If you zoom out, all of life is a divine comedy. Was it Charlie Chaplin who said that life is a tragedy up close, but a comedy from afar? Good evening, dear Melissa. You are always so polite introducing yourself. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Om Rum Brahmane Namaha. And dear Isabella, thank you for your nonet of roses. Om Shrim Mahalakshmi Namaha. And dear Jan Deeg, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear John Simon, thank you for your GG. Hare Krishna. Dear Grandma Fairy, you share you'd like to dedicate the black and white angel paintings to those who lost loved ones today. That is a beautiful thing to do. Thank you. had shared that Buddha does not exist, only God exists. Well, the funny thing is, the way that that was spelled, B-U-D-A, means old man, in the same language that the word Buddha comes from, which is spelled a little differently and pronounced similarly. Buddha means old man. So old man does not exist. It was written. But the word Buddha means awakened one. And it's a title that has been given to many people in history. The most recent being Siddhartha Gautama, who was an Indian man who lived 500 BC. And he was not a god. And it's a misconception that Buddha is a god. He is a human being, but a human being that awakened to his higher nature. The Buddha did have a very unique teaching on God. He had various disciples, and when his disciples asked, the Buddha would never give a straight answer. He would always say, I can't answer that question, whenever asked, does God exist? One day, the Buddha and his followers visited this town that was well known for being very religious. And as such, there was an atheist who lived in that village. And the atheist was very confused. He felt rejected by his community since he was a lone person who didn't feel like he fit in, given that his beliefs were different. And knowing that a great realized master had come to town, the man went to the Buddha and asked, I have to know, if there's only one question that you can answer, please answer this. Does God exist? The Buddha looked at the atheist and he said, yes, God exists. And the man was so happy to hear this answer, having come from a realized soul, and he rejoiced and ran into the community, feeling together, bonded in brotherhood. But this isn't the end of the story. The Buddha continued with his followers to the next town. And the next town was known for being very atheistic as a whole. But there was one man who was a theist. And like before, he felt he didn't fit in. He was the only one who believed in God. And he was confused because he didn't know how to relate with his fellow villagers. So when a realized master, the Buddha, had came with his followers, he was elated to go and ask the Buddha his question now. He asked, O Lord, you have come wide and far, and I know you are a knower of the truth. If there is one question I can get an answer to, it is, does God exist? And the Buddha said, no, God does not exist. It's a different answer this time. And the theist was disappointed but understood, and he rejoined the community and felt a sense of brotherhood. You could imagine the faces on the Buddha's followers' faces, having gone through this turn of events so far. At first, the Buddha wouldn't answer their question. Then the Buddha said yes to one man and no to another. And this is the paradigm of many Buddhist stories. is that some of the biggest answers to life's questions depend on the circumstance. That what that atheist really needed to hear at that moment was yes. And what the theist really needed to hear at that moment was no. And what the Buddhist monks needed to hear was nothing but silence, in patience for an answer. That is why Buddhism has been variously described as non-theistic to trans-theistic. Non-theistic meaning that it doesn't give you an answer to the question, that it's up to the individual to find truth in a yes, in a no, or something more complicated. Trans-theistic means that it goes beyond the question of theism. That Buddhists believe there are more important questions to ask. Like, for example, how can we serve others? How can we eliminate happiness? Sorry. No, Buddhists don't answer that. I was thinking about the question that I was going to ask after that. How can we eliminate suffering? And how can we find happiness? Sorry. How can we eliminate happiness? Sometimes the mind goes faster than words, you know. Thank you, dear Jan Deeg, for the heart me you sent earlier, and dear John Simon for your GG. Now, Buddhists are some of the most charitable people on the planet, renouncing all of their possessions for the sake of serving others. Their four noble truths begin with the acknowledgement that suffering exists, and ends with acknowledging that there is a path for everyone that leads from the beginning of suffering to the end of suffering. Can you forgive me for misspeaking, dear Waterwind? It was an honest Freudian slip where my mind was already on the next question. Hello, dear Perfect. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? Dear Karen, you ask, what would I say to someone who is thinking to give up life? You can't give up life. You are life. Whatever you feel excluded from, it's not life. We all have a purpose here. Have faith in yourself. Trust the process. You may have gone through traumatic things, but that doesn't mean you're not meant for this world. Very hard indeed. You feel down too, dear Keniki? Well, you're not alone in that. Ultimately, we are the ones deciding what to make of the experience we've had. And it's not a question of whether you've lived a traumatic life or not. You certainly may have. But it's a question of, what does that mean to you? That meaning isn't according to some algorithm. That meaning is your freedom. You can look at that trauma and say, this is a sign that I'm not welcome here and that I'm better off without my body. But you don't have to look at it that way. There are entirely other valid interpretations for the same experience. For example, you can look at that pain and, as Rhiannon Clark puts it, turn that pain into wisdom. That raw experience can teach you something. It can teach you about how dark life can get, and therefore how much this world needs light. And no matter how dark your surroundings get, darkness can never take away light. Darkness is, by definition, the absence of light. It is not tangible like your inner light is. And sometimes, those times in which we experience such darkness are the best times for us to discover our inner light, to discover all the things that we can add to the world, since now we know its value. Just like how we often only know the value of something when it's gone, when we experience loss, now we know how important it is for us to provide that. Thank you, Moratet is Oficial, for your pair of roses. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. That's powerful, dear Fiddle Leaf. Leaving is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. That is powerful. Dear Divinely Guided, you ask, what can you do? You are spiritually attacked. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you tell me more about your experience so I know how I can help? I would say that spiritually and attacked don't go in the same sentence together, because if you're feeling attacked, that's not spiritual. Spirit is the thing that connects us all at the level of our heart, at the level of our shared divinity. If anything attacks, it's not spiritual. It's something material. But that's not to dismiss the pain that you've been experiencing, but just to ensure that we honor what is regarded as spiritual, as that which is fully healing and loving and all-embracing. And thank you, dear Shay, for your heartmeat and 19 roses. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Hello, dear Ailey Joe. If I can pronounce your name better, do let me know. Much love. You wonder, why am I wearing that hat? Why do you think I'm wearing the hat? It's not a deep answer. We need a group hug, shares Glitterbug. It is time for a group hug. Yeah. Time for a group hug. Much love, everyone. All of our differences are beautiful. Thank you, dear Shati. Again, very kind of you. I continue to pray for you and your surgery and your healing. Alright, divinely guided, you share dark entities all around, everywhere you encounter curse or spell. I'm sorry to hear that, dear divinely guided. Remember that blessings get their power in the same way that curses do, from our ability to believe in them. If you don't give energy to a curse, it won't affect you at all. And if you give energy to a blessing, that will overrule the curse. If you believe that you are blessed and you keep that in your mind, you are divinely protected at all times, no matter what's around you. Don't let a single thought entertain anything negative. Give your attention fully to everything you have to be grateful for, and positive energy will surround you and usher in light and love and healing. If you believe in that, nothing can stop you. Because how negative forces control is through giving them your energy. Don't give them a single smidgen of your energy. They survive only on you, like a leech, you know? A leech sucks your blood, lives off of you. It's a parasitic relationship. The moment you stop giving them any attention is the moment they wither. Because they can't live without your fear. As long as you are afraid, then that's what powers them. So don't be ruled by fear, and you shall rule over them. And thank you, dear Rahina, for your heart me. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And dear Isabella, thank you for your pair of trios of roses. Radhe. And dear Isabella, thank you for your pair of trios of roses. Radhe me. When my internet connection has returned, please let me know so I can continue where I've left off. And thank you for the follow, dear Infinity. Thank you, dear Pretzoni G. But it's not me that is making this possible. All grace that comes in this space is certainly through the divine, not I. Therefore, if anything, I feel even more energized the longer I do this. The longer I go on this live stream, the more wonderful, the more energy I have. That's how you know it doesn't come from me. Hello, dear Jeff's Journey. I like that, Karu. Where there is fear, there is not love, and only perfect love exists. That's beautiful, dear Rhiannon. You bring up people's shadows. It happens everywhere you go. Your light is big. I like that. Thank you, dear Karen, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Dear Valley Wings, you ask, what is my favorite miracle? I don't think I'll be able to explain it. I'm not sure people are ready to understand it. But I'll just put it like this. The miracle that there are people to serve, beings to help, let me phrase it in a way that I'm sure many people will understand. If you've ever been in a relationship with someone who has a hard time accepting help, they have a hard time accepting gifts. It's so difficult to explain to them that it is an honor to love you, to serve you, to be there for you. That it brings a joy to be able to share a healing journey with someone. If you know that's true for the people that you love, that it is a miracle that you have been afforded a chance to love them, to see them grow, to make them smile, then what's stopping us from applying that to the whole world and all of its vulnerabilities too? Just as you would say to someone you love, it's okay to not be okay. That you are totally allowed, to be a hot mess right now. And your vulnerability is beautiful. Can we look at the whole world like our beloved in that way too? And you look at the whole world as if it was your beloved who was scared of help and say, it's okay that you're a hot mess right now. You're allowed to be where you're at. Affirm Mother Earth, our humanity. Yeah, there's some healing things. There's some journeys we have to go on together to love and repair some things and bring out the best, but it is an honor to be able to serve that too. Thank you, Divinely Guided, for your rosa. Just remember it's in your name. You are divinely guided. Om Hang Namah Parashaktiye. Dear Glitterbug, you share it's hard for perfectionists. The tricky thing about perfectionism is that we mistake it for excellence. We look at someone or something that has it all together and we say we want to be like that. But the truth is, the only reason someone has ever achieved excellence has never been through trying to be perfect, but falling in love with the process. If you look at, let's say, a Kung Fu master, why is the Kung Fu master a master? Is it because they've perfected all their punches? No. The reason the master is the master is because they strove for excellence. And excellence means that they fell in love with being a student. That their goal was never to be a master. That's just what other people call them now that they've been a good student for so long. Isn't it so? In the true master's mind, they're not thinking, I've finally done it. Every day they continue to practice. They continue to find their rhythm and balance. Because that's what they love. Not the destination, but the journey that is taken so far. Perfection is like death, you know? Because it's just done. Finished. Excellence is a process, and that's alive. That's life. You want to be alive, then you want to be imperfect. Because if you're perfect, then there's nothing more to do. Nothing more to do means no more lessons, no more days. You're done here. No more experiences to grow from. No more knowledge. I don't know about you, but I'd hate to be perfect. Because then I wouldn't be at all. Being means infinite possibility. And infinite possibility means an eternal journey. It's boring to be perfect, dear Mirna. I like that. Thank you for the follow, dear Bree. And in the same way that we would never want to be perfect, I don't think the world ever does either. Infinite challenge lay ahead for us to continue to succeed. Dear Glitterbug, you share, you don't want to be perfect, just a little less broken day by day. You were never broken. Broken implies separate into pieces. You have always been whole. Search your feelings. Your higher self knows this to be true. You have within your awareness, your field of consciousness, everything already. It's all there. Always has been. You have always been held together. If you would like me to move on, I can move on. But if you would like me to stop affirming you, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I will always affirm you. The only way to stop yourself from being affirmed is to get out of my presence. Thank you, Mr. Blue, for your trio of ice cream cones. Om Bram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And dear Isabella, thank you for another finger heart. Om Kham Jahnavyaya Namaha. Yeah. If you want me to stop believing in you, if you want me to stop seeing the power within you, your potential, everything wonderful, then you're gonna have to hide from me. Because that's the only way I'll stop. Dear Old Water, you ask, how do I feel about mind-altering substances? How do you feel about battering rams? On the subject of opening a door, where do battering rams place? You feel like they're a tool with a use. That's right. And when is it favorable to use a battering ram over something else? Typically emergencies. Yeah. They are a last resort. If you really need in, they'll get you in. But if your key already works, if you have your key, the hinges are lubricated, the door's not jammed or anything like that, then it's not necessary. Put it like that. It is 100% a truth that a battering ram will get your door open in most cases. Problem is, you're going to need a new door after that. Likewise, it is absolutely true, the certainty that a mind-altering substance is going to smash your ego to smithereens. Problem is, you're going to need a new ego after that. That's the door, the gateway between our conscious and subconscious. And there's a reason we have a door. Don't be fooled into thinking that life's better without a door. You might appreciate the openness for a while, but having some sense of self is very much vital into living in this experience. If you already have a way in to those deeper parts of you, then it would be like knocking down your door when you have a key that works just fine. And the key that works just fine is, for example, being born already into a spiritual tradition that you can resonate with. It can include just having curiosity and wonder for things outside your experience. It can include meditation, things like that. If you already have one of those things, then you already have a key to that door. Thank you, Dan Hao Yu, for your heart me. Ring Namah Shivaya. And this is speaking from someone who's experienced the battering ram. Just to let you know. Now, dear Myrna, you wonder, what is a battering ram? Battering ram. Let me see if I can draw this for you. So here's a door. Let's say this door is stuck. It's not gonna budge. No matter how hard you try to open it. This door is 100% certified stuck. And that's the official term. So what you can do, you and maybe a group of people, you can get just this really big, dense cylinder. Maybe it's got handles on it for you and other people to grab. And what you do is you basically just smash the door down with it. This is the battering ram. Basically just a really heavy object you can use, and you keep swinging at the door, and you use all that momentum to get the thing open. This is called a destructive mode of entry because unfortunately, you have to replace the door after. This is as opposed to non-destructive modes of entry. I'd be a great Pictionary player, shares Darlene. Thank you. You're welcome to share your question, dear Glitterbug. I'm happy that metaphor has resonated with you, dear Arlie. Maybe the door should remain stuck, shares Myrna. Well, generally, there's a reason for wanting the door open that is more important than leaving it closed. For example, many fire people use it in the event of fires that can warp various materials and have doors stick themselves. And you want it open when you're trying to save people. Maybe there's a little kid behind that door, you know? Definitely want that door open. Gotta save the inner child. Thank you, dear Babel Fishy, for your finger heart. Om Kringalikaye Namaha. Old Water, you ask, you wonder sometimes what is so bad on the other side that calls for a battering ram. Nothing intentional. In the same way that a house fire may call for a battering ram, just because the fire itself has made the door itself too rigid to open. And it's not necessarily the case that the fire is a conscious force of destruction. Maybe someone left a candle on and it fell, and then it rolled to the drape, and the drape lit up, and that caught onto the wall and the carpet, etc. Sometimes it's just circumstance that the kinds of things that we've experienced in our subconscious, they can spread like a wildfire. Some fears, some traumas. And just like how those things can ultimately come from unintended living, so too, sometimes we can harbor some distress within that leads to the door of our conscious mind being stuck, living in this limited identity. Now, what's your question, dear Glitterbug? I'm not sure if your comment came through or not. Sometimes there's filters. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't see your question, dear Glitterbug. It didn't come through. Sorry about that. Maybe you can try rephrasing it. Thank you, Dalita, for your heart me as well. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Babel Fishy, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. No apologies necessary, dear Old Water. It's a wonderful set of concepts that we are bouncing through together. Dear Blue Lily, you ask, how do I feel about ayahuasca? Well, I've never had an ayahuasca ceremony done. It should probably be done ceremoniously under the guidance of a shaman. As with any psychedelic, I would ask, are you just looking for another experience? Because if that's the case, then it's not a good reason to go through one of those things, because then you're just adding to how you've already been living, which is an experience seeker, trying to get that one experience that will make it all make sense, because that is not how the spiritual journey happens. Truth isn't in a moment. It is in the eternal moment. It is now, here with you, as it will be in a psychedelic experience. No difference. Everything you need to know is here now, in mundane life, worldly life. So no experience is going to add to the possibility to gain realization of higher truth. I'd say a good reason would be to heal an inner child, for example, to knock down some walls, to be able to really go deep within yourself, to find some things that were forgotten. But it won't bring enlightenment, because enlightenment cannot come from an experience of the senses, no matter how incredible of the experience. And it is definitely an incredible experience, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, even after the ceremony, you'll still have to put in the work to uncover spiritual truths. Maybe you've been opened a door, but you have to still walk through. And so the journey continues after that. And I recommend that if you do feel like it's necessary, then you do so with a proper setting, and you make sure that you have a supportive set of people around you, and that you have a healthy mindset. Much of what psychedelics are just an amplifier of what's already there. And so it only works if what's already there is a little bit of wonder, a little bit of love, at least. Harmony, brotherhood, sisterhood, tradition, connection to the ancestors. And so you're just amplifying all of those things and bringing them to the forefront, making those parts of your experience the most intense. But if you have anxiety, it can also intensify anxiety. It amplifies everything, no discrimination. If there's any fear, it amplifies the fear too, which is not a bad thing. It can be good to really face that, and you won't have much of a choice if that fear is amplified, 1,000 times. Alright, dear Glitterbug, I see your question come through now. You asked, is it okay to need another person to help with the door? Yeah, it's absolutely okay. Maybe you need to go to the locksmith, and the locksmith provides you a new key to the door. It's your key, all yours. But if you don't have the tools to mill out your own key, then you need to go to a professional for that. No problem. It's possible for you to learn everything you need to open the door all by yourself. Absolutely. It's just a lot easier with the help of someone else, and we're all in this together. But that's not to say you are dependent, because there's a difference between depending on someone else and learning independence from someone else. For example, the locksmith, they independently provide you with a key. You don't depend on them to open the door after the key has been given. Then it's all yours. An example of a dependent relationship would be if someone had the key and they didn't give it to you. And they said, you have to call me every time you want this door open. And that's not necessary. Thank you, dear Glitterbug, for your rose again. Hello, dear Orla. Oli! Lily, you share, you think you're in a place now with your therapy and healing to try it. Well, it's your choice. Always. If you trust yourself, then that's important. Yeah. But I always want to affirm that everything you need is already here. This is the most magnificent chemical producing factory on the planet. The active chemical of ayahuasca is dimethyltryptamine. And some scholars believe that the human brain can even produce this directly. At the very least, it does produce chemicals that already engage with the same synapses that dimethyltryptamine does. And there are various practices that people believe can create that in high doses through certain breathing techniques, Kriya Yoga, Kundalini Yoga. And I would certainly always encourage exploring the things that you can do just with this magnificent system first. Almost every chemical that's in the various drugs that are around, recreational or psychedelic, are also found in versions created by the human body. For example, you know that in cannabis there's active compounds THC and CBD. The C stands for cannabinoid. But there's a whole class of cannabinoids that are created by the human body. They're called endocannabinoids. They're well known medically. And it's been shown that really joyful people produce these things naturally. So if anyone's ever asked if you're high but you're actually sober, it's probably because you are high and sober. Because when this system is working as it should, it's already producing everything you need to be high on life. I believe caffeine mimics adrenaline. So instead of drinking caffeine, you can just scare yourself to death. Just give yourself an adrenaline rush and you'll get everything you need done. Whoever produces dopamine naturally these days, how vintage of you. That's funny, Dia. Yeah. The human body is incredible, truly. It is magnificent. And you are responsible for it. It is within your capacity to take advantage of all of these mechanisms to create a blissful experience. a baby that comes from a healthy pregnancy, brought up in a loving environment, there's no question of it needing any external substance to be blissful. That is our natural state. But don't be discouraged if that isn't the case for your childhood. That part of your growth can always be returned to. Everything that you've experienced in trauma can be healed from psychologically. Your mind is always capable of repairing itself. The first step is in believing that I am not broken, I am healing. I am not damaged. I am growing. I am not permanently feeling depressed or anxious. I get better every day. I like that glitter bug. My scars are beauty marks. I am living testimony, shares Rhiannon. Dear Orla, you share that in Puerto Rico, the Christmas season lasts about 4 months, and I'm on trend. Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that. I am growing. Always good to affirm this. What you are is not something in the past. What you are is not something in the future. What you are is something in the present. And what is present is the process of life. And life, you look around you, life is always growing. You are a part of that. In fact, that is what separates life from other inanimate objects. You break a rock in half, it won't go back together. But if you take a leaf and you pull it in half, there will be healing that happens on the surface of that leaf, which is now exposed to open air. Various enzymes will come. If you get a scrape, all these things will naturally, immediately get signaled through your blood, platelets, immune cells. Healing begins immediately. You are part of that life that is always healing, always repairing, always growing. Welcome up, Zion Orion. I'm happy to hear that, dear Blue Lily. It's not uncommon to dissociate. And it's very close to actually a form of yoga called Pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses. And of course, the difference is that you may have come to that through trauma, but Many coping mechanisms that people have experienced through trauma are sources of spiritual practice. Like how many people go through traumatic experiences regarding emotions in their family, and they grow up to be very, very sensitive, very empathetic to emotions. And that is a spiritual practice, to be able to feel what others are going through. So too, being able from time to time to withdraw your senses from the body can be a kind of spiritual practice too. Making it something that you consciously choose, one that you have a healthy relationship with, can be a very beautiful part of your journey. Thank you, dear Grandma Fairy. You share you lost your father at 11. And your mom worked 5 jobs, and you learned to be strong from her. Everything we do is an attempt at trying to bring out the best of us. You've done well at that, dear Grandma Fairy. You all have. Dear Glitterbug, you share you sometimes get exhausted after spreading your love. I know how you feel. There is a simple solution to that, but it takes a lot of remembrance. It's to remember that you are love. And that love that you are can never be exhausted because you are infinite. But we have to remember that that love is bigger than something like our body and mind. And our body and our mind can get exhausted. But even when the body and mind are, you are still infinite. It's now just harder to get that love out, but you're still all there, completely whole. Bringing love unconditionally everywhere means you can't forget to bring love to the body and the mind too. That's important also. Dear Blue Lily, you're wondering what was the name of that yoga? Pratyahara. Pratyahara. Pratyahara yoga. The yoga of withdrawing yourself inward, which is what you're doing when you're dissociating. But when done consciously, it's deeply, deeply peaceful, which is probably what your subconscious mind is trying to do. Trying to withdraw into peace because there's been something that triggered you at the level of body. And so, as a way of protecting your sense of self, your identity, you go like a turtle shell. Krishna actually talks about it in the Bhagavad Gita, that yogis withdraw themselves like a tortoise within its shell. You will do that now to go to sleep, shares Rinan. That's exactly what it's used for too. that we're all familiar with already. What a great connection, dear Rhiannon. And may you have a wonderful sleep. And thank you for the follow, Charlotte. Hello, Lakrit. You share you have a time crystal now. I'm happy to hear that. Good routines help immensely. And thank you, NQABA, for your rose. Om Bhram Hanumate Namaha. Dear Alyssa, you ask, can we do a guided meditation in a forest for our transposed and transient peace in a few? That sounds very wonderful. That was so poetically worded that I'm having a little trouble understanding what kind of guided meditation that would be like. Are you asking if we can meditate on people who have left us? On lost loved ones? Just a guess. Please correct me. And thank you for blessings, dear Shan, and for sharing this universe with me that is the holiest of holies. Dear Charlotte, you can feel a lot of energy, and you just know it's them, but you're in no contact, and you don't know what it is. Is it your intuition telling you something, or... That's wonderful that you feel connected in some way with forces beyond most people's imagination. The easiest way to tell if it's intuition is if it comes from a good place. Is the energy loving? Does it inspire you? Does it make you feel at home? Does it bring out goodness in you? Because that's the job of intuition, to do all of those things, right? That your intuition is a power that helps lead you to more and more wonderful things. You share she actually hurt you a lot of times. I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds like there's still things that you're healing from, and that's a part of the journey too. But you can feel other people's emotions, but your whole soul just feels it when she's there. Sounds like you're very sensitive, dear Charlotte. And high sensitivity comes with high responsibility. Make sure that you point your lens of spiritual sensitivity in the direction of things that uplift you, give you meaning, purpose, fill you with love. And be careful not to get caught in the pull of fear and limitation. Being so sensitive as you are, I'm sure that everything you feel is like 10 times more than ordinary. So that when you feel sadness, you feel 10 times sadness. When you get frustrated, you get 10 times frustrated. But also when you feel joy, you feel 10 times that joy, right? So with that comes a great responsibility to bring our awareness to the things we want to amplify in our life. That's what we sacrifice when we do become more and more spiritually sensitive, is we can no longer be guided by fear, because fear consumes us when we become that level of aware. And even a little bit of anxiety explodes on us. So it's so pertinent that we give our energy to what we can definitely have confidence in, that if this thing were to explode, then it'd be a good thing. Like if you give that energy to love, and if your love increased 10 times, perfect. If your confidence increased 10 times, wonderful. If your curiosity increased 10 times, no problem. Dear Glitterbug, you share, you have a way to get power away from your demons. You embrace them. I love that. Yes, that is the secret. Invite them in for a cup of tea. If you want to confuse your enemy, treat them like a friend. How mischievous. Thank you for liking the live, dear Letitia. Remember that there are no truly bad spirits, only misunderstood ones. And the misunderstood ones, while they're misunderstood, engage in things that might be unkind, dishonest, painful. But the moment you shine light on them and invite them in with grace and love and go, hey, what are you? What are you doing here? How can you be healed? How can we usher in space for you to grow into something beautiful instead of something ugly? Everything bad is just something good that hasn't quite yet been given the chance to be grounded in something stable, nourished by a constant source of love, and grown into a space where it benefits all. Alright, I think it is a good time to think about landing this plane and wrapping up the live stream we have today. It's hard to take myself seriously when I look at the picture and it's just some dude with a magician mustache, long hair and a Santa hat floating through the void with a microphone with yams on them, covering a sock. Oh, I love how ridiculous this is. This is great. Don't get me wrong. I hope to never take myself serious, because I know that the universe doesn't take itself serious. It is just cosmic laughter. We laugh in terms of ha-ha-has, ho-ho-hos, hee-hee-hees. The universe laughs in galaxies, in planets, in trees, in flowers, in people. We are the laughter of the universe. How could I look at myself and not laugh too? Farewell, dear Alyssa, and good salutations to thee. Thank you, dear Kevin, for your heart me. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Blue Lily, you ask, do I know my purpose in this life? Yeah, I think we all do. Because we think of this life, but remember, all of this life takes place now, takes place here. Whatever your next task is, that is your purpose. Give it your all. Even if it's going to brush your teeth, that is your purpose. Give it your all. Brush your teeth like you're the best toothbrusher in the world. Whatever is before you in the present moment, that is your purpose to attend to. If you come across someone who has fallen and they have hurt themselves, that is your purpose to attend to. If you find yourself in a position where your tummy is hurting, that is your purpose to attend to. If you see that there's goodness that you can do in your community, that is the purpose for you to attend to. Purpose of life is no mystery when we realize that it all takes place here and now. Blue Lily, you share. Yours is to help others feel healthy and happy. Well, this moment is a great expression of that. But never forget that that includes this body and this mind that you call yours. I like that, fiddle leaf. Those are your pronouns, here and now. Aren't they grammatically pronouns? No, they're adverbs? Oh. But I'll tell you what, nothing and everything are grammatically pronouns. You're so lovely, dear G to infinity. Dear Blue Lily, you share. This space helped you get past your fears of sharing and healed you, making you very happy. I am very happy to hear that. Oh, my phone alarm is going off. That means it's time to attend to this body and this mind of mine. We'll end with a meditation before. I'm so glad that you appreciate the space, dear Blue Lily. Do know that the space will be expanding soon into a Discord server over the next few days. Just gotta make sure I get it all set up. I'm setting up the playground, putting in the art, creating all the wonderful little nooks and crannies to explore. Let us transition now to our Nididhyasana, portion of the Sangha dedicated to meditation. So, for our guided meditation tonight, I didn't plan anything because I wanted to ask all of you if there's anything in particular you would want to focus on in a meditation. If you want to meditate, what would you like to meditate on? I'll try to accommodate the unification of a couple different themes. Pratyahara Yoga, shares Blue Lily. Perfect. Starlight Wow, you share meditation on letting go of suffering. Sounds good. And loving life, shares TV emoji. Alright, sounds good. I think I might keep it there. Those three things are perfect. On withdrawing our senses, letting go of suffering, and loving life. Okay. Give me a minute to plan out a meditation. Okay. Oh dear, my mouse. Are you alive? Do I need to do CPR? Now it's working. If you would like to join me, now we will proceed in a guided meditation on withdrawing our senses from the world, letting go of suffering, and when we're ready, returning with a love for life. If you would like to find a position that works for you, the best meditation position is one that keeps you awake but comfortable. So it shouldn't be a strain, and yet it's one that you feel you could be very much alert in. For most people, that may be sitting cross-legged, with your back supported or unsupported, and your head unsupported, with your hands in your lap. If you prefer to fidget with something, if you prefer something that accommodates your health, understandable, no problem at all. We'll begin by bringing our attention to our breath. Just breathe as if you had no care in the world. As if you were totally free. How would your body naturally breathe? Remember that there is almost always a two-way relationship between our feelings and our behavior. That depending on our feelings, we may behave in a different way. Like if you're feeling very peaceful, you may breathe in a very deep, circular or cyclical way. But cyclical works too. Softly exhaling. But also, sometimes our behavior shapes how we're feeling in a kind of spiritual way of understanding, fake it till you make it, that if you put your own breath rhythm into one that you'd associate with being peaceful, then that can indeed create the sensation of peace within you, just the same in reverse. So breathe how you want to be feeling. Let your breath shape you. Be molded by your breath. As you continue to breathe, focus more and more on all of your sensations that are closer than far. You may have sounds around you, no problem, but listen to your own breath. Keep bringing your awareness back to the sounds of your breath. As the air passes through your nose, feel the cooling air fill you up. Expand your body. The sensation of expansion all around. As you breathe out, can you feel the air rush past your upper lip? Listen to the sounds that the saliva in your mouth makes when it crackles as you adjust your tongue to a more comfortable position, or you're swallowing. Pull your senses inward to the field of the body. Become, as it's called in Sanskrit, Kshetrajna, the knower, the ajna of the field, the kshetra. The body is the field, the kshetra. You are the knower of the field, the kshetrajna. Explore your body with your inner eye. Traverse through each element. Make each part of your body feel seen, understood, especially if you're on a journey of loving your body. Visit those areas that could use some love. Stay with those areas. If you feel self-conscious of your shoulders, just explore the inner space of them. Fill it with your attention. If you feel like your knees look weird, imagine sitting at the center of your knees. Imagine a garden there, a little secret garden just behind your knees. Plant a couple seeds there. Grow a little garden in all the places where you feel more beauty could be seen. And it's a magic garden because all the plants grow very quickly. As soon as you plant a seed behind each knee, and each shoulder, it grows into a flower. Feel that flower growing, multiplying, reflecting light from your inner sun. If you feel like you have more love that could be there for your tummy, plant some of these magic seeds in your tummy. Feel the garden of your inner field grow. Maybe you don't like your nose. Imagine planting a seed at the tip of your nose and a flower blossoms there. Just bring yourself to every part of your body. When the body feels accepted, you can let you go more and more inward. You can go now to the level of the mind. Take a note at the nature of your mind. Is it like a bunch of children running around screaming? Is your mind like a dense forest that's hard to navigate? Is your mind like a messy room? Just imagine that you get to sort out your mind. Put all the toys away. Clean up the mess. Tell the children it's nap time. And if they don't want to behave, just tell them that you're going to watch a movie later, and a nap is like time traveling to the movie. Similarly, tell your mind to rest. If it doesn't want to listen, tell your mind that there's wonderful things to experience soon, and resting is like time traveling to all of those things that it gets to see and think about. Climb that jungle of your mind. See over top of the roof of the trees. Gain your bearing and feel like you know where you are going. continue to go more and more inward. Find a place of stillness within you. Find that true self, the abode of infinite love, peace, your source, your divine essence. A place where there's nothing to comment on, nothing to even describe other than what it's not. Pure silence, stillness, spacious presence. The feeling of being, the being of feeling. At your periphery, there are still thoughts and emotions and experiences all around you, but they are like dreamlike sensations which cannot capture your attention. For now, you are reunited with Source. In that space of your pure being, is there anything that limits you? Is there anything that truly affects you? Is there any possible experience that could affect your highest nature? No. You have always been that. You are, and you will continue to be that. Inside, you are ever free. There is more space inside you than there is in the whole universe. Within you fits the multiverse. See that there's enough room to hold everything inside you without overlap. Everyone, every feeling, every thought, every perspective, every dream, every fear, every vision, every sound, all of that can exist with enough space for infinitely more possibilities, always. You are a miracle. Never forget that. We can let go of all of our attachments to limited identities. When you have enough space, everything that could ever exist. Why hold so tightly onto anything? Why the white-knuckled grasp on all of these parts of your experience when they freely float within you? Nothing can be lost forever from the space of your infinite awareness. Everything exists in that. There is nothing that can be missing from you when you are the whole. You are the beautiful universe seen through this lens that we call body and mind. And just as many droplets of water come together and refract the same light of the sun to form a rainbow, all of that diversity in the world is just a rainbow of the same light refracted in all bodies and minds as water droplets. You are the light. You are that which provides sight. Knowing all manifestations to be a reflection of your inner light, how can we not love life? How can we forget that when we see the reflection in the eyes of our friends, families, foes and strangers, in foxes and fiends, in puppies, elephants, even in the eyes of an ant, how can we forget that it's the same self, all wanting to be a part of life? And if we always remember that the same spaciousness in I is the spaciousness in you, and how could we ever not love each other? For love is our shared essence. And we are one. Take the deepest breath you've ever breathed and let go everything. And if your eyes are closed, rub your hands together, heat them up like you're trying to start a fire. And cover your eyes. Feel the warmth. Rub them. And when you open your eyes, remember that everything that your gaze touches upon is a reflection of you. Reflection of the same life, same love. Namaste. Much love to all of you. That will be the end of our meditation, and that'll be the end of our live stream. Thank you. Thank you, Karina, for your rose and heart me. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And dear Grandma Fairy, thank you for your octet of roses. Om Gham Jahnavyay Namaha. This live will be ending, but its recording is going to be uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, along with the meditation and the reading, which also have their own designated playlists. So if you ever want to do a meditation like that, there's a bunch of them there for you. Hundreds of different kinds of meditations now. And many books that we've read the entirety through so far. And everything you need to catch up in our current book, Moksha, Liberation. I'm happy that meditation was helpful for some of you. And thank you, dear Billy, for your heart me. Om Sum Suryai Namaha. Good night, dear Blue Lily. Good night, Dia. And good night, Moon. Dear G, you hope we come together like this again, dear friends. That would be lovely. Good night, Starlight. Wow. May you all stay grounded in love to allow your soul to fly. I like that. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Mamritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Good night, Grandma Fairy. Thank you, Billy, for your heart me. Ram Ram. Good afternoon, dear Starlight Wow. Good morning to others. Good evening. Thank you to all my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. And if you're interested in being a moderator on my Discord server that will be created very soon, do let me know. So keep an eye out for that too, everyone, if you want a space for this community to continue to after the lives have ended. If you want to keep talking to each other, because I know there's a lot of friendships being made amongst each other, which is nice to see. Hello and goodbye, dear Tacoma. If there's any way in which I can make this space more inclusive next time, please let me know. But may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.